Seminal vesicle. These are the white shiny structure responsible for storage of sperm. Here, here sperm and here sperm and glue together to form spermatogonia. Male genital pouch form a fusion of 9 to 10 term along with sternum. Male genitalia pouch formed by the fusion of 9th termen along with the ninth sternum. Here male gonadopore, ventral, dorsal, anus and gonapophysis open. Mushroom gland are also known as utricle gland. Ejaculatory duct vasa deferens fused to form common ejaculatory duct who open in called as gonadopores. Vasa differentia from each testis arise from vasa deferens to carry sperm. Location 4th to 6th abdominal segment involved in spermatogenesis. 8 testicular lobes, 8 trilobular, 1 pair. Collateral collateral gland. Left to right collateral gland secretion from posterior and case to around for the fertilization. Female genitalia pouch formed by the fusion of 7th, 8th and 9th sternum opening called collateral gland and spermatheca and female gonadopores in seen. Spermatotheca location sixth segment during copulation it can store the sperm received from male. Sac-like filamentous, hence paired, and gonapophysis, chitinous structure external genitalia of female cockroach. Cockroach are dioecious, its sexes are separated. Fertilization and development. Internal fertilization. Sperm and egg are fertilized without the body. Fertilized egg within ootheca is released from body. Ootheca is 8 mm long and 14 to 16 fertilized eggs arranged in two rows. At one time, female cockroach release 9 to 10 oocyte. Development granule metamorphosis egg nymph then adult 13 time molting nymph undergoes molting for 13 time to adult cockroach. Nymph and adult have same mode to of life but nymph lack wing with their adult has wing. Cockroach kingdom Animalia phylum Arthropoda. Kingdom Animalia phylum Arthropoda. Class Insecta. Genus Periplaneta. Species Americana. This is the cockroach. The front, this part is antenna, compound eyes, head forming tegmentum, pronotum, mesothorax, metathorax, prothoracic leg, mesothoracic leg, metathoracic leg, anal cerci, abdomen segment, hindwing, cockroach. Cockroach color range from black or brown, bright yellow, red and green. Bodies of cockroach reported to tropical region. Size range from 1 to 1/4 inch to 3 inch, 0.6 to 7.6 centimeters or long cockroach. Nocturnal, active during the night, so this called the nocturnal. They live in warm and dampy places, human house, and serious pests and vectors of several diseases. Omnivorous, feed on everything. Crucial, fast runner. They are fast runner. Size of Periplanet americana, 34 to 53 millimeter long. Wing extend beyond abdominal in male. Many species of cockroach are wild and number known as economic important yet. Cockroach body divided into three parts: head, thorax, and abdomen. The body is covered with hard chitinous exoskeleton. Metabolic segment. Metabolic segment present. Metabolic segment are the podial membrane. Each metamerse has chitinous covering called as sclerotide, and each sclerotide is further connected with a flexible arthropod membrane. Each sclerotide dorsal known as tergite, ventral known as sternum gastrite, and lateral known as pleura. Note a large chitinous plate called as pronotum and conceals some part of head of prothorax. Head is connected to thorax by flexible neck with which is extension of prothorax. Head is connected to thorax by the flexible neck which is the extension of prothorax. Segment of cockroach. These are called antenna. These small part are possibly. These are the compound eyes. These are the mandible. These are the mandible. These are maxillae, labrum, labium, head region of cockroach. Thorax three. Thorax divide into three segments. Thorax divide into three segments: prothorax, mesothorax, metathorax. Adult head, thorax and abdomen. Nymph 6 part, thorax 3, abdomen 11, adult 1, thorax 3, 10, abdomen segment. Nymph head part divided into six part and further is fused to form one in adult. Head is triangular is formed by the fusion of six segments. Head is triangular is formed by fusion of six segments. It is perpendicular to the body. It has reduced simple eye ocelli and compound eye antenna and mouth part. It has reduced simple eye ocelli. The triangular shape head, then body, mouth part, mouth function, biting and chewing type. Labrum, upper lip, labium, lower lip, hypopharynx, tongue, and mandible, maxilla. Mandible, these are incision, region, crushing and grinding. Labrum, hypopharynx, mandible, grinding and grinding region and incision region. Mandibles, maxilla, labia. Lab are divided into three parts: prothoracic leg, mesothoracic leg, metathoracic leg. Wings, two types: forewings and hindwings. Forewings, mesothoracic wings, known as stegmata, and altera, known as stegmata altera. Dark, opaque, leathery, not used to fly, not used for flight, only protect hindwing at rest. Mesothoracic wings are known as stegmata. Dark, opaque, leathery, used to flight and only protect hindwing at rest. Hindwing, metathoracic wing, transparent membranous used for flight. Here, common oviduct open. This oviduct name is female gonadopause. Spermatheca over and collateral gland is seen. In male and female cockroaches can be distinguished and sexual dimorphism is present. Female has anal cerci on 10th, male has anal cerci on 10th tergum as well as caudal, caudal style या anal style in its ninth sternum where female only has anal cerci on 10th tergum. Anatomy: the digestive system divided into three parts: foregut, midgut, hindgut. Foregut, mouth up to grinding and lining of the tongue. Midgut and hindgut, line with cuticle. Midgut, mesothoracic line. Location between foregut and midgut. 6 to 8 in number. Digestive juice or secretion. Hepatitis, gastric, CK. These are the salivary glands one pair. Salivary reservoir one pair: mouth, pharynx, esophagus, crop, gizzard, and proventricular segment. Grinding of food, incision, insects, chitinous teeth, outer circular muscles. Large sac-like structure where food can be stored. Respiration, sphincters, spirally arranged trachea, guard by sphincters, 10 pair opening present laterally. Trachea open into spiracles or open trachea, trachea open to tracheoles. Simple diffusion of gases occurs. Tissues, and respiratory organ and tracheal system consist of spirals, trachea, tracheoles, spirally arranged. Circulation, open circulation. Heart is divided into 13 chambers present in mid-dorsally, lateral opening posterior. Between two chambers, fan-shaped Already muscles are present. First chamber connect to anterior aorta and hemophilia present in only space called hemophili. Composition of hemocyte, blood cells and plasma. Anterior aorta opening into philia sinus. Flow of hemophils anterior aorta, elderly muscle spare. Human health and disease. Only absence of disease is not considered as a healthy. According to WHO, complete physical behavior, mental behavior, social well-being person. Good human hypothesis. Early Greek like Hippocrates in the Ayurvedic system of medical considered health as a balancing of humors. Health, healthy means balance of certain human body fluid, yellow bile, black bile release from spleen and kidney. Yellow bile secretes from liver and pneumonia cuff. It was thought that people with black eyes belonged to hot personality and would have favor. William Harvey, who discovered double circulation, disproved the good humor hypothesis. Surface using temperature, using using thermometer. Health is affected by genetic disorder, deficiency with which each child is born in inheritly from their parent, lifestyle, eating habits, sleep, personal hygiene, exercise, yoga, etc. Infection, disease causing agent, bacteria, fungus, protozoa, etc. These are the infectious disease causing agent. Disease. Disease are two types: congenital and genital. This is innate immunity. Present since birth. Example: Down syndrome, sickle cell anemia, and acquired, gained during the lifetime. This disease, this disease occurs after birth. This disease is Down syndrome, sickle cell anemia, gained during lifetime. infectious disease that spread from infected to healthy person being cause disease bacteria disease that spread from infected person to healthy person caused by various biological agents. Bacterial disease, typhoid, pneumonia, viral disease, common cold, AIDS, dengue, chikungunya, fungal disease, ringworm, helminthic disease, Ascaris elephantiasis, protozoan disease, malaria, amoebiasis, or non-communicable, non-infectious disease which do not spread from infected person to healthy person. Cancer, allergy, they do not spread anyone. This is non-infectious disease. Typhoid. Typhoid causing agent is Salmonella typhi. Typhoid is occur in small intestine. Mode of transmission by contaminated food and water. Symptom sustained high fever 39 to 40 degrees Celsius. Loss of appetite. Weakness. Loss of appetite means भूख न लगना. Weakness, weight loss, headache, stomach pain and constipation means पेट में ऐठन. Intestinal perforation आंतों में छेद हो जाना. And डेथ में अगर इन सीवियर केसेस और कुछ केसों में डेथ भी हो जाती है. निमोनिया. निमोनिया का कॉस्टिक एजेंट जिस वायरस के थ्रू जिस बैक्टीरिया के थ्रू निमोनिया होता है स्ट्रेप्टोकोकस निमोनिया या हीमोफीलिया इन्फ्लुएंजा. निमोनिया निमोनिया इसकी लोकेशन ये सीधा लंग्स की एल्यूलाई पर अटैक करता है जिसमें फ्लूइड भर जाता है जिससे सांस लेने में दिक्कत होती है. मोड ऑफ ट्रांसमिशन मतलब कैसे फैलता है. इन्फेक्टेड ड्रॉपलेट या शेयरिंग विद इन्फेक्टेड पर्सन. फीवर सिम्टम इसके फीवर हेडेक ब्रीथिंग डिफिकल्टीज alveoli difficulties getting filled with fluid. An exchange of air does not occur. Cough and sneezing. Lip, finger, nail may turn greenish blue in severe cases. Plague, diphtheria, and dynasty. Some are the bacterial disease in human. ये भी बैक्टीरियल डिसीज है. प्लेग होती है सर्सिनिया पेस्टाइस डिप्थीरिया कॉर्नियम बैक्टीरिया डिप्थीरिया डायनेस्ट्रीज Dynastroslella is a common bacteria coughing using this name. Common cold rhine common cold या rhinitis जो होता है राइनो वायरस से. लोकेशन मतलब किस जगह पर कॉमन कोल्ड या राइनिटस वायरस अफेक्ट करता है. अपर रेस्पिरेटरी ट्रैक्ट बट नॉट इन्फेक्शन इन लंग. नाक के ऊपरी स्तर पर अटैक करता है पर लंग्स पर इसका कोई प्रभाव नहीं पड़ता. मोड ऑफ ट्रांसमिशन infected droplet result from cough या sneezing or thought contaminated object. Headache, fever, running nose symptom. Headache, fever, running nose, sneezing, coughing, hoarseness, nasal congestion, nasal discharge. The symptom usually last 3 to 7 days. Thank you. Causative agent of dengue, antivirus. Causative agent dengue is डेंगू का कॉस्टिंग एजेंट डेंगू वायरस जो आरएनए जिसे आरएनए वायरस भी कहते हैं आर्बो वायरस आर्थ्रोपोड बॉर्न वायरस ये वायरस आर्थ्रोपोड के थ्रू मिलता है वेक्टर व्हीकल टू कैरी पैथोजन मोड ऑफ ट्रांसमिशन female adults mosquito bite by infected person to take to pathogen bite healthy human Aedes mosquito. Aedes mosquito bite infected person to take up to the pathogen. Symptom headache, high fever, sustained high fever, joint pain, body nausea, vomiting, pain around eyeballs, swallow, lymph node, routine body plate, rashes, appearance, casual dengue fever, casual swallowing, lymph node, hemorrhagia, dengue virus, rashes, appearance, reduced blood platelets, classical dengue fever, hemorrhagia, dengue in extreme cases, blood vessels rupture, internal bleeding, internal bleeding. Treatment anti antipyretic या painkiller suggestion fluid intake rest fluid intake rest diagnosis blood test platelet count check tonic test chikungunya chikungunya positive agent chikungunya virus or RNA virus or virus vector mode of transmission female mosquito female Aedes mosquito bite infected person take up the bite healthy person headache health symptom headache fever joint pain and severe rashes extra diagnosis blood test obesity PCM real time result transcription polymerase chain reaction PCR RDA PCR real time result yeah PCR polymerase chain reaction antibody antigen treatment in mosquito-borne disease like dengue, chikungunya, avoid ascariasis. Ascariasis is a scalmanthic disease, small intestine. More doctors having symptoms, pain, fever, intestinal anemia condition may causing blockage of intestinal passage. Nymphocyria, Mugeria elephantiasis, filariasis, Mugeriasis, elephantiasis, filariasis, Mugeria bancrofti, Euboncheria malai escalanthasis, lymph vessels, chronic inflammatory of 1 year, bite of female Culex mosquito usually affected the lower body part like leg vessels, male inflamed or the lymphatic vessels accumulate the lymph swollen in affected area dry wrinkle like elephantiasis swallowed in affected in ringworm. Ringworm costing agent is many fungal belong to genera Myco, Microsporum, Epidermophyton, Trichophyton. Microspore epidermophyton. Skin especially grown between skin folds as like using cloth to shine. Infected person to can be acquired by soil fungal presence in the soil. Limbs symptom location skin especially grown between skin especially skin skin especially skin especially out of fungal microsporum epidemophyton trichophyton micros microsporum microsporum epidermophyton trichophyton. These are the costing agent. Male fungal belong to genera skin especially grown skin nail hair using that oil cloth concealed of the infected person can be acquired by the soil as fungus is present in soil. Using using towel it must help to grow fungus. Damage in affected area. Damage in affected area. Lesion followed by dark intestine itching, drying, head, moisture help. Amoebiasis. Amoebiasis. Amoeba. Dietary. Amoebiasis. Amoeba. Dietary. Entamoeba histolytica. Large intestine. Throat contaminated food and water housefly act as a mechanical carrier. Large intestine through the contaminated food and water housefly act as a mechanical carrier. Large intestine and abdominal pain, cramp, constipation, stools with excessive mucus and blood. Causative agent Causative agent Plasmodium vivax mode of transmission bite female applies mosquito required to the host to complete malaria causative agent Plasmodium vivax mode of transmission bite on female Anopheles mosquito causative agent volcano power electricity malaria causative agent Plasmodium vivax mode of transmission by female Anopheles mosquito malaria primary host mosquito sexual stage of life cycle is completed. Secondary host human asexual life stage of life cycle completed. Life cycle malaria Caustilism Plasmodium vivax mode of transmission bite by female Anopheles mosquito malaria female Anopheles mosquito Plasmodium required to host to complete its life cycle. Digestive parasites, primary host mosquito to complete sexual Second, secondary host life cycle of Plasmodium mosquito bite healthy human. It releases sporozoite to infected stage into the blood serum. Third, the blood serum is the liver is actually divided multiple fission increase in number hepatitis stone re-enter hepatocyte to infected agent most enter into the bloodstream. Mosquito bite healthy human. Salivary gland of mosquito release sporozoite. Infected stage in it releases sporozoite. Infected stage of blood serum in human. Through the blood serum, it enters the liver. A sexual cycle start division multiple phases. Increase the number of burst hepatocyte. Some re-enter into hepatocyte is infected again. Most enter into the bloodstream. Second, it 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 enters RBC. RBC is sexually divided progeny also. It feed on hemoglobin, utilize protein hemoglobin, hemo convert into the toxic human. It enter into RBC, asexually divide and increase in progeny, also feed in also feed hemoglobin, utilize a protein globin and heme convert into the toxic hormone. Then hemo join pathogen progeny. Now its burst RBC parasite released into plasma along with hemoglobin responsible for fever. It re-enter and fresh RBC. It re-enter into fresh RBC. It it re-enter fresh RBC, convert into megagametocyte and mega microgametocyte and megagametocyte. RBC is a microgametocyte. This is megagametocyte. This is parasite. This is RBC. These stage are these stage are uptake up to bite. These stage are uptake of bite of a female anopheles mosquito. Further inside the midgut of mosquito, megagametocyte convert into ovum and further mosquito. Megagametocyte convert into ovum and microgametocyte convert into sperm. ह्यूमन को बाइट करेगा, देन उसके ब्लड में रिलीज करेगा स्पोरोजाइट। फिर वो स्पोरोजाइट ह्यूमन के लिवर में पहुंच के इसे एक्चुअली डिवाइड करेगा और रप्चर करेगा हीमेटोसाइट को। The mosquito jacket from the sporozoite release from its salivary gland. Plasmodium. Plasmodium of ovale Plasmodium ibex, Plasmodium falciparum, Plasmodium malaria are various species of Plasmodium. Plasmodium falciparum cause deadly malignant cerebral malaria which could be fatal. Preven- prevention of common cold, keeping the body clean, consumption of clean drink water, food, vegetables, fruit, etc. Public hygiene include proper disposal of waste and extra periodic cleaning of and disinfection of water, reservoir, pools, and intake of observed stance practice of hygiene in public catering. These measures one particular sequence where the infected agent are transmitted through the food and water, such as type of amoeba ascariasis. In case of airborne disease such as pneumonia, in such case common cold addition to the above nasal close to contact the infected person. This region should avoid ability of the body to fight the disease. Ability of the body to fight the disease of agent immunity. Immunity are two types: innate immunity, acquired immunity. जो माता पिता से बच्चे को प्राप्त होती है। और एक्वायर्ड इम्यूनिटी, ये इम्यूनिटी हम अपने बाहरी जीवन द्वारा प्राप्त करते हैं। प्रेजेंट एट द टाइम ऑफ बर्थ, यह जन्मजात उपस्थित होती है। एंड एक्वायर्ड इम्यूनिटी, ये हम अपने पूरे जीवन काल में हम प्राप्त करते हैं। नॉन स्पेसिफिक रेस्ट इन अ सिमिलर वे टू ऑल डिसीज कॉजिंग एजेंट, और नॉन मेमोरी प्रीवियस एनकाउंटर, और पिछली बीमारियों का इन्फेक्शन में रहता। हाईली स्पेसिफिक हैज मेमोरी टू प्रिवेंशन एनकाउंटर ऑफ इन्फेक्शन। इनमेट इम्यूनिटी, जन्मजात प्रतिरक्षा। इट इज स्टडीज अंडर फॉर वेरियर रिसर्च, और पढ़ा जाता है। फिजियोलॉजिकल बैरियर, फिजिकल बैरियर, सेलुलोजिक बैरियर, साइटोकाइन बैरियर। फिजिकल बैरियर या फिजियोलॉजिकल बैरियर फर्स्ट लाइन ऑफ डिफेंस मैकेनिज्म, इसे पहली डिफेंस प्रणाली कहा जाता है। सेलुलर बैरियर या साइटोकाइन बैरियर, इसे दूसरा डिफेंस मैकेनिज्म ऑफ बॉडी कहा जाता है। फिजिकल बैरियर, स्किन, mucus coating of GI tract, gastrointestinal tract, respiratory tract या urinogenital tract, prevents the physical entry to the disease causing agent। म्यूकस कोटिंग होती है गैस्ट्रोइंटेस्टाइनल के ट्रैक्ट के पास और रेस्पिरेटरी ट्रैक्ट से यूरिनोजेनिटल ट्रैक्ट, जो बाहरी इन्फेक्शन से अपने शरीर को बचाती है। फिजियोलॉजिकल बैरियर, जैसे HCl इन स्टोमक, जो हमारे पेट में एसिड पाया जाता है HCl, जो इन्फेक्टेड जो कॉजेटिंग एजेंट आ जाते हैं उनको नष्ट करने में ये HCl सहायक होता है। Lysozyme, antibacterial, it is a tear and saliva, all these prevents micro growth। Lysozyme, antibacterial, in tear, saliva, all these prevents microbial cellular barrier। Certain type, certain type of leukocyte, means WBC, certain types of WBCs like polymorphonuclear leukocyte या PMNL, neutrophil, polymorphonuclear leukocyte and monocyte। नेचुरल किलर सेल या NK सेल टाइप ऑफ लिम्फोसाइट, मैक्रोफेज या फैगोसाइट्स। Cytokinin barrier, some viral infectious cells secreted protein called interferon। Some viral infected cells secrete the protein called as interferons to protect the non-infectious cell from the viral infection। The concept of interferon, interferon, the guide of region, interferon guide non-infected cells to produce translate translatory inhibitor protein TIP, translatory inhibitor protein। Interferon guide the non-infected cell to prevent formation of viral protein in normal cell. This protection is to stop translate formation of viral protein in normal cell. This other bacteriophage in virus genetic material release into the viral protein and DNA to form RNA, RNA to form viral protein. Viral infected viral viral infected cell start producing protein cells interferons interferon guide interferon guide the non-infected cell to protect itself. Cell non-infected cell interferon then acquired immunity. Okay, send me 1 lakh rupees. Start producing protein called interferons. It is a gain during the lifetime. High pathogen specific. Okay, said he. I send 1 lakh. I send 1 lakh. Okay, bro, send 1 lakh. Acquired immunity. It is gained during lifetime. The pathogen specific. The character is memory. Acquired during life. It gained during lifetime. Acquired immunity. Acquired immunity are two types: humoral immunity, cell-mediated immunity. Fluid, blood, or beta cells is involved, and cell-mediated immunity. T cells will involve. Humor immunity. Antigen pathogen. Antigen binds to receptor of beta cells. Then antibody encountering with antigen B cells and different into two types: plasma B cell, yeah, from B cell. Secretes antibodies memory. B cell store the stored for future its encounter some pathogen next time this memory cell works. Primary immunity response. Primary immunity response. Substance encounter with same pathogen illustrate the high infectious response as at memory of the first encounter. First, high intention antigen, any foreign substance or particle which stimulate the antibodies produce. Antibody, antibody natural is produced. Each antibody is responsible for H2L2. H2L2, two heavy chain to light chain. Two heavy chain each weight 50 k Dalton and each two light chain 25 kd Dalton antibody is my first saying something, my first time saying something to my body. Antibodies, antigen binding sites, paradox. These are the paradox. Their antigen binds here, and these are the antigen binding paradox. These are the light chain. These are heavy chain present between heavy and light chain present toward the end terminal. Maximum amount of max IgG each amount is 80% present in human body. IgG present 80% maximum in the human body. Monomer and cross placenta barrier and IgA tend to IgA 10 to 15% dimer present secretion like saliva, mucus, cholesterol. IgA dimer. The two antigen make dimer. IMK IgM 5 to 10% pentamer secrete high amount during primary immunity response. IgE less than 1%. IgE less than 1% least monomer secreted during allergic reaction. Less than 1% monomer. And IgD less than 1% monomer. Non-function. Cell mediated immunity. Cell mediated immunity. T cells, T, T helper cell, TC, toxic cell, toxic T cell, yes, suspensor T cell, and memory T cell. Cell mediated immunity. T cell are four types: TH, T helper T cell, helper T cell, cytotoxic T cell, yeah, killer T cell, suspensor T cell, and memory T cell. T helper cell. These cells secretes chemical which signal both B cell and differentiation T cell to perform cytokinin T cell killer T cell. They have potential to directly kill the pathogen. Suspensor T cell. The suspensor the T cells T helper cells regulate activity, memory storage, memory T helper cell storage for graft rejection before organ transplantation. This must match blood group matching, tissue matching, MSC matching, stone compatibility complex cells. These are the certain glycoprotein cells are two types: MHC1, MHC2. Cell mediated immunity can recognize between cells and non-cell MHC. When organ transplant is done, MHC is matched. Once organ is transplanted, if there is any slightly mismatched cell-mediated immunity responsible for the graft rejection. After graft, after graft transplant, patient take immunosuppressant. All his entire life activity past active and passive immunity. It is responsible to pathogen. Both itself act. It is responsible to pathogen. Body itself actively synthesize antibody against. Take time to response affected long lasting. Body passive. Body passively receives antibody and take time to response. Affected long lasting, affected short term. Active immunity, natural, natural active immunity, artificial active immunity. When natural come, it contain with disease causing agent. Body synthesize antibody. Vaccination is good. Vaccination is a good example of vaccination is a good example of this. Here the inactive weekend. Here the inactive weekend pathogen are introduced introduced when the body makes when natural come it contain but disease causing agent. Vaccine is good example of this. Here here inactivated and weakened pathogen are introduced into the body. Then body makes antigen against it. When natural come in contact with disease causing agent, passive immunity. Passive immunity are two types: natural passive immunity, artificial passive immunity. When IgG, IgG cross the placenta barrier, IgA in cholesterol receive natural antibody from mother milk to body to baby. Ready, ready-made performed antibody give to patient. Antivenom against snake required for snake bite. ATS, anti-tetanus serum. Anti-tetanus, anti-tetanus serum. Vaccination. Vaccination whole organism either weakened or heat killed protein pathogen etc can be used that does not cause agent in vaccines. One organism either weaken or heat kill protein of pathogen etc can be used to such a way that it does not cause disease but activate the immunity cell to produce antibody. This result in immunization generation of vaccine. First generation vaccine. Whole organism is used, killed, yeah, lived per weekend. Yeah, attenuate. Example: smallpox vaccine. Second generation vaccine is recombinant vaccine. Yeah, toxic substance secreted by pathogen is used in vaccine. This protein toxin is present on surface of pathogen which made in technology. This protein toxic expressed on surface of pathogen made it using recombinant DNA. Toxic substance secreted by pathogen used as vaccine. The protein toxic is released. Third generation vaccine, DNA vaccine. Third generation vaccine and DNA vaccine using recombinant technology. Third generation vaccine, DNA vaccine using recombinant DNA technology. The pathogen DNA can be used as using recombinant DNA technology. The pathogen's DNA can be used as hepatitis B vaccine. Allergy. The activated immune response toward allergy is allergy costing patient. Pollen, animal dander, mites, dust, example of allergy. During allergic reaction, IgE antibody start increasing in number and is synthesized from plasma B cell. When allergy enter body for the first time, it bind to IgE1 B cell. It produce IgE bind to mast cell as basal cell and to sensation. Allergy enter IgE. Allergy enter IgE from B cells binds to IgE mast cell. IgE enter sensation of mast cell up to cell allergic up to next exposure of allergy. Most mast cell release histamine, serotonin, allergic reaction. Most release chemical histamine, serotonin to react with allergy protein allergy. Symptoms: sneezing, water, eye, running nose, difficulties in breathing. To reduce symptom of allergy, to reduce the symptom of allergy, drugs are used. Antihistamine, adrenaline steroid. These are the drugs to use for the allergy. Example: hay fever, allergic reaction due to pollen, asthma. It spasm, winder contraction, smooth muscles on bronchi and bronchioles. Modern, modern day life cycle has resulted in lower immunity are more important, more sensitive to environment. Our immunity system acquired has probably our immunity system acquired has the property of discrimination between self and non-self self. But when this power is lost due to genetic or other unknown reason, our immune cells are starting killing own cells. Suffer from this is called suffer from autoimmune disorder. Myasthenia gravis, myasthenia gravis disease, yeah, rheumatoid arthritis, lymphoid organ, organ when organ where origin are mature from proliferation or lymphocyte occur. Lymphoid organ, a primary lymphoid organ, secondary lymphoid organ where product as well as maturation of lymphocytes take place. Lymphoid organ where production of as well as maturation of lymphocyte take place. Bone marrow, B cell and T cell are produced and B cell also matured in bone marrow, but T cell matured in thymus. Secondary lymphoid organ. These are the site where lymphocyte encounter the pathogen. These are the site encounter the pathogen. These are the site where lymphocyte encounter the pathogen, antigen, antibody, yeah, and antigen, antibody, infectious. Example, example, spleen. Spleen being said contain lymphocyte and phagocyte, act as a filter of blood trapping a bone microbe reservoir of reservoir of arthrocyte, erythrocyte, and tonsils, appendix, pear patches. associated lymphoid tissue. It may tonsil, appendix, ear patches, malt, mucus, mucus associated with lymph. It malt. It make up to 50% of the entire body lymphoid tissue present along the mucous lining, the respiratory tract, GI tract, gastrointestinal tract, lymph node, small solid structure of different point along lymphatic system. Trapped pathogen present lymph. These are lymph node, thymus, lymphatic vessels. AIDS, acquired immunodeficiency syndrome gained during lifetime. Immunos, immunity system weak. Group of symptoms. Causating agent HIV, retrovirus, HIV human immunodeficiency, HIV human immunodeficiency virus. AIDS was the first reported in 1981 in homosexual mode of transmission from infected from infected pregnant mother to fetus, from infected blood transfusion, from infected needles to syringe, unprotected sexual intercourse with infected individual, HIV protein या capsid. These are the lipid bilayer. These are lipid. These are lipid bilayer. Okay. GP120. GP120 glycoprotein and intrauterine enzymes reserve transcription. Second enzyme, single stranded RNA. GP120 bind to CD4 cluster of differentiation on TH macrophage in insert of genetic material. HIV, GP120, CD4 interact to it the endocytosis of RNA enzyme, single stranded RNA, reverse transcripted to form single strand DNA, cDNA, formation of DNA, formation of DNA from RNA, double strand DNA, then enter into nucleus. Fourth, with the help of integrase, the viral DNA attached to the host DNA. Integrase के द्वारा viral DNA attached to host DNA. Nucleus DNA. 5. Viral DNA is transcribed by viral mRNA. Viral DNA being transcribed to viral RNA. Viral protein formed. New viral progeny. Exocytosis of HIV. macrophage hosts macrophage act as a factory of HIV where it replicates in huge amount. Macrophage act as a factory of HIV where replicates in where HIV numerous progeny replicate in huge amount. T helper cells are stimulated, attacked, hence their number reduce. Oh. Barasu mm blood in their 200 blood. T helper cells are stimulated attacks, hence their number reduced from 1200 mm to blood to 200 mm. T helper cell reduce the immunodeficient opportunist infected may occur microbacteria, toxoplasma, fungal infection, etc. Confirmatory test Western blotting. World's AIDS Day celebrate 1 December. Treatment of AIDS with antiretroviral drugs. Age fatally affected. These can be prolonged the life of the patient but cannot prevent death, which is inevitable. Prevention and cure only prevent can be done. Avoid multiple and unknown sex partner. Use of protection if do not get qualified doctor to check up. Several NGO, NACO and doing lot of education people about AIDS. WHO has started a number of programs prevent the HIV infection, which includes making safe blood banks from HIV, using disposable need or syringe, feed free distribution of protection, advocates, advocating safe intercourse and promote uh, Regular checkup of HIV in suspected population, controlling drugs abuse, diagnosis. There is a time of lag between infection. There, there is a time lag between infected or appearance of symptoms, which vary from a few months to a year. Widely, wide, widely used diagnostic test is ELISA, enzyme-linked immunosorbent assay. PCR can also done by viruses less type of tumor. Type of tumor. Mast cell diagnosis. Cancer. One of the most deadly disease causing death all across the world. Properties of cancer. First, cancer can show uncontrolled, unregulated cell division. Cancer cell lose the property to contact inhibition, does not stop dividing upon contact with cancer cells so uncontrolled unregulated cell division. Cancer cell lost the property of contact. Cancer cell lost the property of contact inhibition, does not stop dividing up to contact with neighboring cell. Normal cell. Cancer cell. These are the immoral natural cell death. Apoptosis is not seen. Malignant tumor, the mass of cell which has potential to move from one place to another place. Malignant tumor, malignant tumor, mass of cell which has malignant tumor. Tumor are two types: benign tumor, malignant tumor. Mass of cell localized at a place. Benign tumor, not cancerous. The mass of malignant tumor, mass of cell which has the potential to move from one place to another place. Neoplasm, cancer, cancerous tumor cell with or called neoplasm cell. Blood vessels property to movement called metastasis. New blood vessels are formed. New blood vessels are formed. Cancer cell enter the new place where new blood vessels are formed. Form the complete with normal. Cancer cell enter the new place where the new blood vessels are formed and completed the normal cell nutrition. Breakdown breakdown of which regulatory mechanism of casual cancer genes are to type cellular oncogenes, C oncogenes, या oncogenes, tumor suppression genes, cellular oncogene. These are the normal genes present in the individual that control the normal T cells. These are the normal genes present. These are the normal genes present in the individual that control the normal cell growth and cell divided cell differentiation. C oncogene, carcinogen, oncogenes activated cancerous causing tumor suppressant cell. Tumor suppressant gene. They act as a chemo. They act as a checkpoint G1S G2M. If the cell are abnormally, they do not further undergo division. But when these genes are mutated, cancer may develop. Causes of cancer. Causes of cancer. Carcinogen, cancer causing agent. Physical agent, radiation like X-ray, Y-ray, ionic radiation. Chemical agent causing cancer, causing agent. Chemical agent. Chemical agent, yeah, cancer causing chemical like the one present in tobacco. Chemical agent, cancer causing chemical. ऐसे केमिकल उससे कैंसर होता है लाइक द वन प्रेजेंट इन तम्बाकू जो कि तम्बाकू में प्रेजेंट हो कैंसर कॉजिंग वायरस लाइक एचएमपी ह्यूमन पेपिलोमा वायरस या एचवीवी कंटेन वायरल ऑन्कोजिन डायग्नोसिस डायग्नोसिस हिस्टोपैथोलॉजी या बायोप्सी diagnosis of cancer. First, histopathology or biopsy tissue section are taken. Tissue section are taken and observed undergo microscope after staining under the understand any abnormalities. CT scan tissue section are taken and observed under the microscope and staining the understand the abnormalities. CT scan, computed tomography, X-ray used to be obtain 3D image of organ to choose whether MRI, magnetic resonance imaging is magnetic resonance imaging used to storage the magnetic field to obtain the 3D image of safety technique. Safety technique act is used to non-ionization radiation. Safety technique is used to non-ionization radiation. Blood and bone marrow test. Antibody differentiation protein express the cancer cancer again, which is antibody is given differentiation, different protein express cancer cell, cancer cell which is created cancerous cell identification of gene, a pre-diagnosis if cancer run in the family, if cancer run in the family, genes are suspected, person can be studies for pre-diagnosis. If cancer if cancer run in the family, genes are suspected, person can be studied for pre-diagnosis. Diagnosis. Treatment, surgery. Treatment for many types of cancer. Surgical method. Remove the tumor. Remove the tumor via surgery. Radiotherapy. Radiation are used to destroy the target cell. Chemotherapy. Hemigene. Hem, chemotherapy. Heavy chemical drugs are chemotherapy. Heavy chemical drugs are used for the treatment, and it shows the side effect like hair loss, anemia, weakness. Immunotherapy. Sometimes, sometimes our own immunity system does not work against the tumor and cancer. Alpha interferons, biological response and modification are given to activate the immune cells like NK cells to work against cancer. Drugs and alcohol. Drugs and alcohol abuse. It has been observed by the use of drugs and alcohol abuse. It has been observed that the use of drugs has increased, especially among youth. This is a matter of concern caused by many harmful effects. Addiction, continuous addiction, continuous presence of anything in near in the body. Child between 12 to 18 are most vulnerable to addiction. Drugs are four types: tranquilizer, opiate narcotics, stimulant, hallucinogen. Drugs are four types: tranquilizer, tranquilizer, opiate narcotics, stimulant, hallucinogen. Stimulant, cocaine, alkaloid, alkaloid, amphetamine, tobacco. coca alkaloid, amphetamines, and tobacco, tranquilizer or suppressor CNS, suppress CNS, central nervous system, bring calmness, promotes sleep, anesthetic, example, benzodiazepines, barbiturate. Clinical importance. Clinical importance is anti-anxiety, treat insomnia and sleeplessness, anesthetic, opioid, narcotics, receptor, specific opioid, respiratory, present, specific, specific opioid receptor are present in the certain nervous system of CNS, GI tract, gastrointestinal tract. Example, morphine, which is extracted from the latex of poppy plant. Pepper somnifera. Morphine, which is extracted from the latex of poppy plant. Pepper somnifera. Heroin, also called smack. Heroin, also called smack. It is formed by the diacetylation of morphine. Heroin steroid affected diacetylation something. It is a white crystalline bitter odorless. It is usually taken intravenously and strong and snorted. Commonly called the chemical structure of morphine or opiate note. These drugs are depressant, use the sedative analgesics, the painkiller, euphoric feeling for happiness. Coca alkaloid, coca alkaloid, cocaine, coca alkaloid is obtained from X-hydroxylum cocoa, X-hydroxylum cocoa, native in South Africa. Cocaine, commonly called crack or coke, usually snorted. It interferes with the transport of dopamine, neurotransmitter. Function, alertness increase, activity increase, euphoric. Excessive dosage may cause hallucinogen, destroy the sense of reality. Amphetamines, synthetic drugs, artificial made, increase the alertness, increase the activity, causing sleepiness, commonly misused by the sport person. Amphetamine, tobacco. Tobacco it is been consumed since 400 years. It contains a chemical called nicotine. It contains a chemical called nicotine. It is consumed in different way. Chewing, smoke, or used to snuff. It is consumed in different way. Chewing, smoked, or used to snuff. Tobacco is Tobacco is the cause of various problems like emphysema, bronchitis, gastric ulcer, lung cancer. Tobacco Tobacco is a cause of various problems like bronchitis, gastric ulcer, lung cancer, urinary bladder cancer, ovarian cancer, coronary artery disease, emphysema. Tobacco caused increase the concentration of CO2 in blood, which has 200 to 250 times or more affinity. Tobacco cause is tobacco increase the concentration of CO2 in blood, which has 250 to 200 to 250 times or more affinity for Hb than O2. Then that is why in these people also hemoglobin concentration reduce. Tobacco smoking. Tobacco smoking stimulates adrenal gland and to release epinephrine and norepinephrine. Tobacco smoking stimulates the adrenal gland to release epinephrine and norepinephrine to increase heart rate or cardiac output increase. Hallucinogen. Hallucinogen. Cannabinoids, yeah, hallucinogen cause of physiocysis, destroy the sense of reality. Hallucinogen receptor are principally present in on brain, obtained from the plant cannabinoid sativa. Flower leaves, flower tops, leaves are resin and combined various way to obtain the drugs. Skeletal structure of cannabinoids molecules. Leaves of cannabis sativum. Example: marijuana, hashish, charas, ganja. Example: marijuana, hashish, charas, ganja can be smoked or taken orally. Cannabinoids are well known as their effect on cardiovascular system, increase her increase cannabinoids are as well known as for their affect cardiovascular system, increase heart rate. Nowadays abused by sportsperson, other 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 well known as plant with hallucinogen properties are atromelodoberta, flower of flower branch, flowering branch of datura, lysergic acid, lysergic acid and diethylamine obtained from the clavicle and purpura. Hallucinogen Hyanthodes fungus, most potent hallucinogen. Anabolic steroid, synthetic drugs, often, often misused, often misused by sports person, often misused by sports person or testosterone derivative. Often misuse of sports person or testosterone derivative. Side effect of anabolic steroid: female feature like male. Yes. Side effect of anabolic steroid: anabolic steroid lenses. Side effect: females do feature like males, increase aggressiveness, mood swimming, depression, abnormal menstrual cycle, excessive hair growth on the face or body, enlarged enlarged gamete or clitoris depend on voice, enlarged clitoris and deepening of voice in males. In males as in increasing aggressiveness, mood swimming, depression, reduce the size of testicles, decrease the sperm production, potential of kidney and liver are dysfunction, breast enlargement, premature madness, enlargement of the prostate gland, alcohol, alcohol absorbed from GI tract, alcohol absorbed from GI tract, alcohol absorbed from GI tract, depress, Excessive alcohol consumption may cause cardiovascular disorder, hence cirrhosis, chronic liver damage, cirrhosis, liver liver tissue replaced by the fibers, IFF, liver tissue replaced by the fibrosis during pregnancy. Alcoholism may lead to abnormalities in fetal development. Withdrawal syndromes. Once an addicted person is abrupt to stopped from consuming drugs, they slow symptoms like aggressiveness, sweating, nausea, second called withdrawal syndrome. Prevention and control drug and alcohol abuse. Avoid undue peer pressure, education and counseling. Seeking the help from parents and peers. Looking looking for a danger sign. Seeking profession and medicines step. Drugs may cause drugs and alcohol abuse. It may observe that use of drugs has increased specific amount of youth. This is the matter of concern as it could cause may harmful effect. Addiction. Addiction. Drugs are for types. Tranquilizer and opium narcotics and stimulant, yeah, hallucinogen, coca alkaloids, amphetamines, alcohol, tranquilizer, suppressants, brain's calmness process, steps, promote sleeps, and anesthetic, clinical importance, anesthesia, opioids, opiated narcotics, receptor specific opioid receptor are present in central nervous system in CNS, GI tract, gastrointestinal tract. Example: morphine with extract from the latex of poppy plants. Heroin. Heroin is commonly called as smack. It is formed by diacetylation of morphine. It is white crystalline bitter, odorless. It usually intertwined node. Chemical structure of morphine, opium provide. These drugs are depressed, the sedative and analyze painkiller and feeling happy. Coca alkaloids. Coca alkaloid or cocaine is often anthrozyle, anthroxylum cocaine from South Africa. Cocaine is cocaine commonly called as cracks and cokes, usually snorted. It interferes with transport the dopamine neurotransmitter, increase the alertness and activities. Euphoria. Euphoria means feeling happiness. Excessive dosage of may cause hallucination, distorted sense, Amphetamines, synthesis of drug, synthesis of drug, artificial, increase alertness, increase consciousness, sleepiness, commonly misused sportsperson, tobacco. It's been consumed since 4,400 years ago. It contains a chemical nicotine. It consumed different way, chewing, smoke, or used as snuff. Tobacco, to, tobacco is caused by various problems. Emphasis, emphysema, emphysema, bronchitis, gastric ulcer, lungs cancer, urinary bladder, oral, oral cancer. Kid. Tobacco is used to increase concentration of CO2 in blood which has 200 to 200 to 250 times more affinity for hemoglobin than O2. That is why in these people oxyhemoglobin concentration reduce. Tobacco smoking stimulation adrenal gland increase the epinephrine, norepinephrine, heart rate increase, SLD, hallucinogen, hallucinogen cancer causes physiological barrier, destroyed sense of reality. So it is chemical coordinating and integration. Hormones. Hormones are non-nutrient chemicals which act as an intercellular messenger or produce in trace amount. Glands and organs are glands and organs which make more glands and organ which make one or more substance like hormone, tears, sweat, etc. Endocrine gland or ductless gland secrete the secretion the endocrine gland secretes their secretion by direct to the poo. Secretion are directly their bloodstream without any duct. Exocrine gland secretes their poo. Gland which put their secretion via duct. Sweat gland, salivary gland, mammary gland, heterocranial gland has both has both endocrine, yeah, exocrine Pancreas, pre-testosterone, hypothalamus, hypothalamus, master gland, origin or ectodermal, hypothalamus has neurotransmitters and neurosecretory cell bodies of neurons are called nuclei. It secretes hormones. Hypothalamic neurons connect to anterior pituitary, while some hypothalamic neurons connect to posterior pituitary. Human endocrine system. Human endocrine system. These endocrine glands and hormones producing the diffused tissue cell location in different part of our body. Thyroid, adrenaline, thyroid, adrenal, pancreas, parathyroid, and human endocrine system. The endocrine glands and hormones producing diffused tissue cell and location in their part of their body constitute the endocrine system: pituitary, pineal, thyroid, adrenal, pancreas, parathyroid, thymus, testes, in male or female or both organized in endocrine in our body. Hypothalamus, pituitary, pineal, thyroid, parathyroid, thymus, pancreas, intestine location. Hypothalamus, it has a neurosecretory cell. It has cell body called nuclei. It secretes posterior neuron. Hypothalamic nuclei. Hypothalamic nuclei synthesis the hypothalamic hormone. Hypothalamic nuclei secrete the hypothalamic hormone. This is hypothalamus. This is hypothalamic nuclei synthesis the hypothalamic hormone. These are the hypophyseal portal circulation. Hypophyseal portal circulation. These are infundibulum. A stalk-like connection of both the gland. Posterior pituitary neurohypophysis does not have own hormone. Anterior pituitary जिसे adenohypophysis कहते हैं. Oxytocin and ATH stored here. Diagrammatic representation. The diagrammatic representation of pituitary and its relationship on hypothalamus. Growth releasing hormone GNR, growth hormone या releasing hormone or somatocrin. GH, growth hormone, GR, releasing hormone, GR, somatocrin, anterior pituitary, act on anterior pituitary, act on, act on anterior pituitary for section secretion of growth hormone. And GH, growth hormone या inhibitory hormone या somatostatin, somatostatin inhibiting hormone को somatostatin भी कहते हैं. Somatoglycan release anterior to act on anterior pituitary to inhibit the secretion of growth hormone. MSH, melanocyte stimulating releasing hormone on anterior pituitary hypothalamic hormone anterior pituitary target करेगा to promote the secretion of melanocyte stimulating hormone. फिर MSHI, melanocyte stimulating inhibitory hormone intended to inhibit the secretion of melanocyte hormone. PRL या RH, prolactin releasing hormone. Prolactin releasing hormone anterior pituitary promote promote the secretion of prolactin inhibiting hormone anterior pituitary inhibit the secretion of prolactin. GnRH, gonadotropin releasing hormone anterior pituitary act on anterior pituitary to secrete the act on anterior pituitary to secrete the gonadotropin. GNR, gonadotropin releasing hormone active thymus से अपने pituitary पे act करेगा. Act 20 to secrete the gonadotropin, FSH, follicular stimulating hormone, gonadotropin और LH. ACTH, adrenocorticotropic hormones releasing hormones. CRH, corticotropin releasing hormone act on anterior pituitary promote the secretion of ACTH and anterior pituitary promote the secretion of ACTH and adrenocorticotropic hormone. TSH, thyroid stimulating hormone release from promote the secretion of TSH. Oxytocin and vasopressin, hypothalamic hormone to stored in posterior pituitary. Hypothalamic nuclei, posterior pituitary. These are the hypothalamic nuclei. These are the posterior pituitary. These are two hormones produced by diffusion of nuclei are stored in the axon terminal of posterior pituitary known as Heron's body. Oxytocin. Oxytocin birth hormone releasing hormone. It acts as a smooth muscle fiber on uterus during maturation, childbirth, and enable to the delivery baby construct a smooth muscle of uterus. Oxytocin जैसे बर्थ हार्मोन मिल्क इंजेक्टिंग हार्मोन भी कहते हैं ऑक्सीटोसिन एक्ट ऑन स्मूथ मसल फाइबर ऑफ uterus body and parturition. Childbirth enable the delivery during the parturition. Childbirth enable the delivery baby construction of smooth muscle fiber of uterus. Help in milk ejection hormone during lactation. Vasopressin ADH is antidiuretic hormone. Prevention of diuresis. It acts on DCT and collecting duct for reabsorption of H2. The vasopressin ADH it acts on DCT and collecting duct for H2 reabsorption. ADS absorption. CD reabsorption H2 reabsorption. Pituitary gland via a pituitary gland or ectodermal in origin. Master gland. Location in the cavity of sphenoid bone. Location in the cavity of sphenoid bone called Salatasca, known as hypophysis. Hypothalamus, pituitary, horn total, anterior pituitary, posterior pituitary, anterior pituitary, जिसे adenohypophysis और posterior pituitary जिसे neurohypophysis. Anterior pituitary 75% of further having two lobes. adenohypophysis या anterior pituitary or the 70%. It has further it is further having two lobes, pars distalis, pars intermedia. Neurohypophysis या posterior pituitary 25%. It has one lobe on pars nervosa. In human pars intermedia is almost merged with pars distalis, so all hormone belong to pars distalis. In animal where the pars intermedia is separated, it is only has one hormone, MSH. GH, growth hormone, also known as somatotrophin, generally generally target the generally body part. Function help in growth of body or promote the elongation of bone, help in carbohydrate, protein, fat metabolism, MSH. Melanocyte, MSH, melanocyte stimulating hormone, melanocyte containing of melanocyte, melanin containing cell, distribution of melanocyte pigment in skin, PRL, prolactin, prolactin, mammary gland hormones, target of mammary gland, lactogenic effect, help in milk synthesis, or nemotrophic, help in growth of mammary gland, PRL, prolactin, TSH, thyroid stimulating hormone, secretion of thyroid hormone T3 and T4. TSH, thyroid stimulating hormone, target on thyroid gland. Its secretion the thyroid hormone T3, T4, ACT, adrenocorticotropic, adrenal cortex, act on adrenal cortex, help in secretion of corticoid hormones, FSH, follicle stimulating hormone, FSH, follicular stimulating hormone. जो FSH, follicular stimulating hormones, act on ovary and testes. Ovary पर FSH growth or development of ovarian follicles में help करता है. oogenesis process, help in oogenesis process, FSH in male. Promote the spermatogenesis, sperm generation, FSH promote the spermatogenesis. LH, ovary rupture rupture the mature Graafian follicle and cause ovulation. Testis, In male, it is also known as in male, it is also known as ICTC, ICSH, interstitial cell stimulating hormones. It acts on interstitial cell, leading cell to synthesis male hormone testosterone androgen. Female ovary parts. Fallopian. Fallopian has fallopian has developed a fallopian has developing over an egg. Mature follicles rupture the Graafian follicles by LSH. Mature follicle rupture the Graafian follicle by LH. Egg, egg and ova release when Graafian follicle rupture, it release an egg and ovulation convert to yellowish body called corpus luteum. Secretion destroy of growth hormone disorder of disorder of growth hormone disorder of growth hormone hyposecretion या hypersecretion hyposecretion मतलब less secretion growth hormone disorder जब growth hormone less secrete towards problem occur dwarfism ये hypo मतलब secretion of GH before puberty overall height short growth hormones hypo means secretion of GH before puberty high salt overall high salt often referred to as cut acromegaly hyposecretion of GH after puberty say a specific part like hand feet remain smaller hand feet remains smaller or hypersecretion gigantism increase the increase growth hormone before puberty overall height is more acromegaly enlarge increase the increase the GH after puberty increase the GH after puberty disproportionation body palm feet jaw enlargement it's may permanent death to uncheck pineal gland pineal gland are ectodermal and dorsal pineal gland are ectodermal in origin location dorsal side of forebrain on epithalamus also known as epiphysis hormones melatonin regular hormones melatonin regulate 24-hour diurnal rhythm biological clock day active B are active during daytime diurnal after metabolism affect the pigmentation affect the menstrual cycle Defense capability of body temperature also impact. Light increase melatonin produce less. Light decrease melatonin produce more, promote sleep. Thyroid gland hormone. Large endocrine gland origin ectodermal. Large endocrine gland origin ectodermal location. Location ventral side of trachea. Location ventral side of trachea. Butterfly like has thyroid gland. Two lobe of thyroid gland. This is mid part isthmus connective tissue connect the two lobes. Ventral side of tracheostomy thyroid thyroglobulin. This is thyroglobulin. Thyroid has thyroid has thyroid follicle or stromal tissue has parafollicular cell. Stromal tissue has parafollicular cell. This is stromal tissue. This is iodine iodine blood vessels. Parafollicular cells secrete the calcitonin TCT. TCT thyrocalcitonin. Dietary parafollicular cells secrete the calcitonin TCT thyrocalcitonin. Dietary ionization combined with tyrosine amino acid present to thyroglobulin present both which eventually will be modified to form thyroid hormones. Function for modification of thyroglobulin. For modification of thyroglobulin, thyroid hormones are found T3 and T4. Triiodothyronine, tetraiodothyronine. Tetraiodothyronine is also known as thyroxine. Tetraiodothyronine 4 iodine is attached. Triiodothyronine 3 iodine is attached. Together known as thyroid hormones. Maintain BMR, basal metabolic rate. Second, promotes the erythropoiesis. Promote the erythropoiesis. Increase mainly basal metabolic rate. Second, promote the erythropoiesis. Increase in heart rate. Increase in heart rate. Mainly H2O electrolyte balance. Affected skin pigmentation. Control tissue differentiation. Calcitonin TCT. Thyrocalcitonin. Calcitonin TCT. Thyroid calcitonin. Hypocalcitonin calcium hormone, less calcium, reduce reduce blood calcium level, hence hypocalcemic reduce blood calcium level, hence hypoglycemia. Also with parathyroid gland, it reduces blood vessels. The parathyroid glands is reduce the blood calcium level. Disorder of thyroid gland. The hyposecretion, मतलब satanism or simple goiter और hypersecretion grave disorder या exophthalmic goiter. Reduce the blood calcium. Hypersecretion, satanism, low thyroid hormone during pregnancy and our childhood result in satanism, and the child suffer from mental retardation. Low, low thyroid hormone, hypersecretion, low thyroid hormone during pregnancy or in childhood, the result, the certain child suffer from mental retardation, low EQI, low IQ, lack of alertness, low BMR, low heart rate, defibrillatism, and abnormal skin. Simple goiter, hyposecretion. Hyposecretion means thyroid hormones due to defense in diet, iodine defense deficiency. Simple goiter, hypersecretion of thyroid hormone due to iodine deficiency in diet. If iodine is deficient in diet, normal hormone synthesis, normal hormone if iodine is deficiency, normal hormone synthesis would not occur, cause enlargement thyroid called known as simple goiter. Hypersecretion, exophthalmic goiter, outside eye bulge out, enlargement, autoimmune disorder, antibody produced here which mimics the copy and inactivate or action of TSH. Antibodies which is copy TSH means will act. Thyroid gland, it produces T3 and T4. More, more T3 produce. Example, hypercondition. These antibodies, these antibodies continue. These antibodies continue the stimulate the thyroid gland to produce more T3 and T4, leads to enlarge leads to enlargement of thyroid gland and hypersecretion of condition. These condition, these antibodies continue to these antibodies continue to stimulate thyroid. These antibodies continue to stimulate thyroid hormone, thyroid gland to produce more T3, T4, leading to enlargement of thyroid gland and called hypersecretion condition of thyroid hormone. parathyroid gland origin, ectodermal gland origin. Four parathyroid glands are present behind thyroid. Four parathyroid gland. Four parathyroid thyroid gland present behind thyroid. Secretion of hormones. Secretion of hormones called parathyroid या pituitary या कोटलिक हार्मोन. Hypercalcemic hormone मतलब increase blood calcium level by different means. Calcium causes damage bone, causes demineralization of bone, or take calcium from bone to blood to increase blood calcium levels called this is called hypercalcemic hormone. Increase blood calcium level by different means. Causes demineralization of bone. Take the calcium from the bone to blood. Increase the blood calcium level. Calcium is homeostasis. Calcium homeostasis. Regulate the blood calcium level with the help of calcitonin and PCT. Calcium reabsorption. High calcium level, high blood calcium level is calcitonin. High blood calcium level so produce calcitonin. In result, blood calcium level, high blood calcium level, then calcitonin produce in result low blood calcium level. Then parathormone act on GJ cell produce calcitriol and act on GI tract and reabsorb the calcium leads to high calcium level. Thymus endodermal origin location behind the breastbone. Thymus location thymus location thymus location behind the sternum between the lungs or the ventral side of aorta. Hormones thymosin help in help in differentiation help in differentiation and maturation of T cell, which play major role on cell-mediated immunity, directly help or humoral immunity are detect. Cell-mediated immunity, humoral immunity. Cell-mediated immunity. T lymphocytes are a part helping develop cell-mediated immunity act on T lymphocytes are the part of help in development of humoral immunity. Then B lymphocytes are a part of produce antibody. Thymus is one gland that swings reduce in size with age, hence older people have weaker immunity. Adrenal gland, outer cortex, inner medulla. Adrenal gland, outer cortex, inner medulla, above kidney, adrenal and non-adrenal. Location above kidney. This is adrenal medulla. This is zona glomerulosa. Zona Vitreous layer, zona reticularis, adrenal cortex. These are three layers make adrenal cortex and adrenal medulla. Is Adrenal cortex is 55%. Adrenal cortex is 55% and adrenal medulla is 25%. Outer inner mesodermal origin, ectodermal origin. Further divide into three zones. No further division. Hormones are called cortico- corticoid and hormones are called catecholamic. Epinephrine or plus non-epinephrine. Function of adrenal medullary hormones. Function of adrenal Function of adrenal medullary hormones. Emergency hormones. Adrenal medullary hormones are also called emergency hormones. 3F response: fear, fight, and flight. These are emergency hormones: fight, and flight. Pupil dilation, breathing rate increase, sweating, heart rate increase, blood glucose level increase, goosebump, pile. It leads to proteolysis and lipolysis. Proteolysis means protein breakdown, lipolysis means lipid breakdown. Adrenal cortex hormone are also known as corticoid. Zona glomerulosa secretes the mineral corticoid. Mineral corticoid. Zona fasciculata secretes glucocorticoid. Zona reticulata secretes sex corticoid. Mineralocorticoid, glucocorticoid, sex corticoid. Mineralocorticoid. Hormones of zona glomerulosa. Aldosterone. Aldosterone is Aldosterone is major mineral corticoid. Mineralocorticoid. Under the control of RAS mechanism, this is DCT. Aldosterone act on DCT to sodium reabsorb H2O absorb passively and phosphate are absorbed. Blood blood calcium level in blood, sodium level increase, blood volume increase, blood pressure increase, and sodium potassium eliminate. Glucocorticoid hormones of zona cells. Hormones Hormones of zona fasciculata. Corticoid hormones of zona fasciculata. Cortisol, it means glucocorticoid under the control of ACTH. Pituitary promotes the promotes the glycogenesis and promote the erythropoiesis, suppress the WBC activity, hence act as immunosuppressants, promote the proteolysis and lipolysis. Mineralocorticoid hormones of zona glomerulosa. Aldosterone is the major mineralocorticoid. Mineralocorticoid aldosterone act on acidity and sodium reabsorb, potassium reabsorb, and absorb possibly passively H2O. Blood blood calcium increase. Pancreas endocrine or and pancreas सही glycogenesis formation of glucose from non-carbohydrate source. Glucose generation. Gluco glucocorticoid. Why are you leave my chemistry? Hormones are June. Glucocorticoid. Hormones are fasci, Juna fasciculator. Cortisol is the main glucocorticoid. तीन घंटा 10 मिनट 50 मिनट होगा. Hormones of Juna fasciculator. Hormones of Juna fasciculator. Cortisol is main glucocorticoid under the control of ACTH pituitary promote the glycogenesis. क्यों भाग गए भाई? 176 and 196. molecular basis of inheritance. Nucleic acid is the genetic material in living organism. DNA is majority of organism is no organism known as stable genetic material. Those Nucleic acid is the genetic material in all living organisms. DNA is measurably in all organisms. DNA is a genetic material in all organisms. Measurably. RNA only in few virus genetic material like virus corona and tobacco mosaic virus etc. More DNA is more stable than RNA is more reactive and less stable. Nucleic acids are also called as polypeptide. They are polymer of nucleic acid. Mm, They are the polymer of nucleotide. Nucleotide consists of nucleoside made up of three components: nitrogenous base, phosphate, and pentose sugar. Nitrogenous base. Nitrogen containing molecules purine and pyrimidine. Purine is six-membered ring. No, sorry, purine is nine-membered ring. Example: adenine and guanine. Nitrogen, nitrogenous at all odd position except five. Example 1379. And pyrimidine six-membered. Example UCT. Uracil thymine cytosine. These are pyrimidine nitrogenous at all odd position except five. Example 13. Mm. Sugar too known as N-glycosidic bond. Phosphate one pentose sugar. Ribose ribose sugar and deoxyribose sugar. Ribose sugar in RNA and with extra oxygen at second carbon. Highly reactive, highly unstable RNA or deoxyribose sugar in DNA. Delete delete oxygen on second carbon. More stable. In DNA, ATGCR expressed. In RNA, AUGCR present. Nitrogen nitrogenous base followed rule one position. Complementary A double bond T, then G triple bond with C. T is very E double bond U, U triple bond C. Phosphate phosphoester bond, then phosphor is present at fifth position in RN ribose sugar and D-ribose sugar. Then purine add on sugar on first position and add through purine by N-glycosidic bond nitrogenous base or sugar called nucleoside. Nitrogenous base phosphate nucleoside plus phosphate called nucleotide. Polymer polynucleotide and nucleic acid. Both are same. Silent feature of DNA. Most common type of DNA is Most common type of DNA is B form of DNA, which was elaborated by Watson and Crick. DNA is double strand, where both strands are anti-parallel to each other. If one strand is 5 prime to 3 prime, then other strand will be 3 prime to 5 prime. Backbone of backbone of DNA is formed by sugar or phosphate. 5 phosphate and 5 phosphate. These are the phosphate present on fifth position. Bond 3 to 5 prime. Phosphate bond always 3 prime to 5 prime. 3 and 3 OH and DNA diameter is 20 angstrom. DNA diameter is 20 angstrom. Nitrogenous base are Nitrogenous base are perpendicular to backbone. They face inward. One turn 360 turn. One turn called 360. One turn is 360 pitch called pitch. Contain 10 base pair per turn. Length is 34 angstrom. Woo! Diameter is 20 angstrom. Nitrogenous base are perpendicular to backbone. They face inward. One turn is one turn one turn is 360-degree called pitch. Contain 10 base pair per turn. Length of per pitch one turn 360 turn को बता इसे कहते हैं contain 10 एक टर्न में एक टर्न में 10 बेस पेयर होते हैं लेंथ ऑफ पिच लेंथ ऑफ डीएनए इज लेंथ ऑफ पिच जिसमें 10 बेस पेयर होते हैं 34 एंगस्ट्रॉम और 3.4 नैनोमीटर distance between two nitrogenous based on distance between two nitrogenous distance between two nitrogenous bases distance between two nitrogenous bases is 3.4 angstrom या 0.34 nanometer backbone of DNA is sugar plus phosphate stand force stacking force stable between base pair DNA is DNA in our single cell has one single cell mass 6.6 into 10 की power 9 base pair का DNA present होगा. Total length of DNA is 2.2 meter in cell. One cell. Length of DNA is defined as number of nucleotide or pair nucleotide called the length of DNA is defined as number of length of DNA is length of DNA is defined as number of nucleotide or pair of nucleoside called base pair present in this number. This number constant in all living organisms of a specific organism. Bacteriophage 170 bacteriophage 1 और 5 bacteriophage 174 में 5386 न्यूक्लियोटाइड होते हैं पर बेस पे. बैक्टीरियोफाज लैम्डा में 48,502 नाइट्रोजन बेस पेयर होते हैं. एस्केरिसिया कोलाई 4.6 into 10 की पावर 6 base pair are present. Haploid content of human DNA is 3.3 into 10 की पावर 9 base pair are present. Chargaff role in DNA in double strand DNA and the Chargaff role. Double strand DNA, the property of purity of pyrimidine are equal. A pair with T by making two hydrogen bond and C pair with G making three hydrogen bond. We can predict that nucleotide sequence of strand if we know sequence of one strand. We predict the nucleotide sequence. We can predict the nucleotide sequence of strand if we know the sequence of one strand. Both strands of DNA are complementary to each other. A plus G, T plus C are equal. T double bond. Nitrogenous base adenine, guanine, thymine, adenine, guanine, thymine, cytosine, uracil. Nucleoside made in RNA or DNA. Adenosine, deoxyadenosine, guanosine, deoxyguanosine, thymidine, deoxythymidine, cytidine, deoxythymidine. uridine, deoxyuridine, adenylate or adenylic acid, फिर deoxyadenylate, guanylate or guanylic acid, deoxyguanylate, thymine or thymidine acid, deoxythymidine, Frederick Messer in 9. Frederick Messer 1869. Frederick Messer ने 1869 में he isolated DNA from the first time called nuclein as it was isolated from nucleus of pus cell. Altman he identified acidic nature of DNA called nucleic acid. Notes: Purine always pair with pyrimidine. Vice, vice, Syrah, Syrah, so that uniform distance diameter of DNA is maintained. Z Z chain of DNA are coiled in right hand fashion. Packaging of DNA helix. Length of DNA in one human cell. Distance between two nitrogenous base X total. Nitrogenous base in a cell 0.334 into 10 power 9 into 6.6 into 10 power 9 is equal to 2.2 meters. This is the length of DNA, 2.2 meter in one cell. One cell, 2.2 meter DNA present in one cell. Packaging is needed to fit such large DNA amount in one smaller cell. In prokaryote like E. coli, the negatively charged DNA due to phosphoric acid is packed by positively charged protein make nucleoside. The negatively charged DNA due to phosphoric acid is packed by positively charged protein to make nucleoid like E. coli. Double circular DNA double circular DNA negatively charged positively charged protein. DNA is not scattered in cell. DNA is not scattered in cell. It is bounded by protein. DNA is not scattered in cell. It is a boundary by protein. Bounded by protein. In eukaryote, negatively negatively charged DNA is initially wrapped around positively charged histone protein due to high amount of the basic amino acid lysine and arginine. Nucleosome. The negatively charged DNA wrapped around octamer 200 base pair nucleosome. This is histone octamer. This is a coiled wrap around histamine histone octamer called DNA. This is H1 linker to attach. This is H1 linker to attach DNA from histone. Negatively charged DNA wrapped around octamer to base pair or nucleosome. Octamer pack more tightly, look like a beam of string. Nucleosome DNA of chromatin. This is B. Nucleation DNA of chromatin fiber at high level of packaging non-strong chromosome of HNC protein. This is chromosome C seen best at metaphase. Chromatin fiber. This is chromatin fiber. Is higher level of packing non-histone octamer protein. Histone octamer is found by 8 histone unit. Example 2H2 histone plus 2H2B histone plus 2H3 histone plus 4 plus 2H4 histone. These histone along with wrapped around these histone these histone along with wrap around DNA called nucleation, which the repeated unit of chromatin. This is the heterochromatin. This is euchromatin. Heterochromatin means the chromatin is tightly packed around, and euchromatin is chromatin is loosely arranged, tightly packed, densely stained, no place binding of transcription factor trans or transcriptionally inactive, loosely packed, loosely packed light chain transcription factor can be transcribed actively. Search on genetic material. Griffith transformation principle. Griffith transformation principle. In 1928, he experimented on di- he experimented on Diplococcus streptococcus bacteria that cause pneumonia to Diplococcus chain streptococcus bacteria that cause pneumonia. This bacteria has two different strains, smooth strain, rough strain. As smooth strain inside it makes smooth strain and polysaccharide coating protect its host to immune system can cause to pneumonia and virulent condition taken by Griffith. Condition taken by Griffith. Mice injection of mice injected on R-strain bacteria. Mice survive. Mice injected S strain on mice, then mice dies. Injected heat kill S strain bacteria on mice, mice survive. Injected on heat killed strain. My inject injected injected the heat kill S strain bacteria are living and R strain mice die sacrifice. Result. The fourth case is above table. Result. The fourth case in above table in fourth case above table was unusual. The both heat killed S strain and R strain are non-violent, but still mice die and living S bacterium are recover from herd of mouse. Conclusion. Griffith concluded the sun transforming principle was transfer from heat kill H strain to bacterium into living R strain bacterium. R strain bacterium R, R strain bacterium got transferred from R strain bacterium got transferred R strain bacterium got transformed to S strain become virulent. Griffith did not knew about this chemical nature of this transforming principle. Biochemical characterization or transformation principle. In 1934 to 1944, every every MacLeod and M. Card tried to find out the chemical nature of Griffith transforming principle. Biological characterization or transformation as per 1930, 1933 and 1944. Every MacLeod and M. Card tried to find out the chemical nature of Griffith's transforming principle to check that the which to check that which chemical transform our cell to as strength. Every and every and her police verified that virus chemical like protein, DNA are removed from heat kill and as strength. Conclusion. When the protein digested by the protease and RNA digested by the RNAs are stored reaching to our cell, the R cell is still transformed. RNA, RNA and RNA and protein are not involved in the transforming RNA and protein are not involved in transformation are not genetic material where DNA digest where DNA digest by the DNA stop reaching our cell. The R cell is not transformed. DNA is responsible for transforming. DNA is the genetic material. DNA is the DNA is responsible for transformation. DNA is the genetic material. Other scientists were still not convinced to DNA is genetic material. Other scientists were still convinced to the DNA genetic material because to provide the DNA the genetic material we still needed to protein enzyme like DNase, RNase, protease. Bacterial transforming was not a very accepted process at the time. Hershey and Chase experiment, skull blender experiment, used bacteriophages. Then after bacteriophage outer covering protein contain sulfur tagged on radioactive S35. Inside DNA phosphorus. DNA contain phosphorus tagged to radioactive 32 32p. Bac- Two bacteriophages were prepared. Two bacteriophages were prepared. Protein coated was radio labeled by 35 S and DNA was radio labeled by 32P. Bacterial cell E. coli. E. coli cells are genetically engineered by E. blender and E. coli cells are genetically engineered by the blender called blender experiment. Phase practical were separate from bacteria. Phase practical were separate from bacteria. This culture was centrifuged after The light part, radioactive part do not enter in the cell. Radioactive part do not enter in the cell. Heavy or bacterial cell fragment. Protein is not a genetic material. Then radioactive then radioactive cell part enter material cell material DNA genetic material. Hershey and Chase gave unequivocal final proof that DNA is a genetic material. Property of genetic material. Property of genetic cell be able to replicate itself and can make their copies. Both DNA and RNA can do this. Cell chemical and structural stable. DNA is more stable than RNA as RNA have extra 2 OH on sugar which make it more reactive and less stable and it have uracil instead of thymine. Third, cell provide scope by for mutation. RNA being unstable has a faster mutation rate than DNA. Cell be able to express itself in form of mammalian factor. The protein. Cell be able to express itself in front of Mendelian factor. The cell will make protein. DNA first make RNA and then make protein. RNA can directly make protein faster. Note, since DNA is stable, it is a better material for storage of genetic information, where RNA is a better transformer of information. In Griffith experiments, some properties of DNA did not destroy even after heat killed existing bacteria due to stabilized by DNA. RNA world. When RNA world. When the organism strain, when the organism when organisms start organized and evolving on Earth, they need molecules that can play multiple roles and can evolve faster. So RNA turned out to be first genetic material on Earth which later evolved as DNA stability. RNA can make it different way. RNA can work in different way. It can be mRNA, RNA, tRNA. mRNA is messenger RNA can act as a messenger or genetic material. mRNA. Genetic material can do translation to make protein, messenger and can show splice. RNA can be structural, make ribosome or catalytic to 23 R string enzyme called ribozyme. DNA replicate many copies. It is a process by which DNA make its own copy. DNA replication means it is a process which DNA make its own copy. Old DNA, new DNA. Only 50% of the new DNA found DNA actually on new as 50% DNA are conserved. Both DNA strands or separated act as a template for replication. DNA, DNA, DNA replication is a semi-conservation. DNA, DNA replication is a semi-conservation. This is the post. This is proposed by Watson and Crick, but they can give no DNA replication. DNA replication is a semi-conservation. DNA replication is a semi-conservation. This is a process made Watson and Crick, but they gave no proof for this. Michelson and Stark in 1953 gave experiment proof. Michelson, Michelson and Stark in 1953 gave an experiment to prove the DNA that proves that DNA replication. It is a semi-conservation. They experimented on E. coli prokaryotes generation. Note, not not a radioactive isolated intermediate intermediated DNA suggested that half intermediate DNA suggested that a half and five strand are retained and half and four strand are made new semi-conservation. Or origin of replication in is the point from where replication start. The, the unit of DNA having one origin called replication. Bacterial DNA is a small one origin called replication present in molecules. Intermediate DNA suggested intermediate DNA suggested that half and five strand semi-conservation proved. replication involve an unchecked of complicated DNA replication involve an unchecked of complete DNA in cell. Re- replication in energetically expensive that nucleotide comes comes from the formation of new strand. 3 phosphorate. Central dogma. Central